Greetings, everybody. CoinStamp180 here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube. Goodness, if I relax and do this to stand in front of the camera, or get in front of the camera, really doesn't make that much difference, does it? I digress. Welcome back to another episode of the Elden Ring Reforged series. Last time that we played this, which was Wednesday, Friday we were actually supposed to do and play through some Blasphemous. Last time we explored a chunk of the Weeping Peninsula and did a few other things. Today it'll be a little bit of a longer stream, which means we might be able to complete Weeping Peninsula in one sitting. We might be able to. I'm not gonna hold my breath for that though. And hopefully we'll pick up some more spells, some more things we can use to sort of make our way through the game. I know there's at least one incantation we can pick up that will help us. Let's get started. How are you guys doing? Hopefully all right. I can't complain myself. It's a quiet Sunday. The people I live with, they're watching something on Netflix now. Hopefully it'll be a non-issue, but I'm prepared for some dropped frames today. And some bottlenecking for audio data, to presume. I'm still thinking through whether or not I would like to make a sub-goal for the mixing board. The reason for that is how do I say this? Mixing board will let me circumvent a number of issues that come from trying to virtually feed data through voice meter. Might mean maybe I can even use, I don't know, normal setups, and I can make my office life a bit easier in that regard. Like the ergonomics of it would be better. That is one thing, and any contributions toward that are, of course, appreciated. But I still need to do some looking around for mixing boards. I don't want you guys to be helping or feel like you need to help contribute toward a $5,000 mixing board. And like I said, I don't know the prices of these things. I'd have to look. As far as I know, a good mixing board can be anywhere from $250 to like $1,500, depending on the quality and how many setups you need to use for it. So my goal before I, put the sub goal or donation goal up there is, figure out the exact price point and update it as needed, because prices of stuff change. Prices of goods and services vary from month to month. And the ceiling of whatever the goal is might also have to change. But the goal is to have a specific price point figured out before moving on. I just wanted to get that kind of out of the way before I outline our goal. Right now, we're going toward the Village of Madness. I know it has a specific name and I forget, but the reason why it's called, why I'm calling it the Village of Madness has to do with what we're gonna find there. Incantations are divided into several schools, just like sorceries are divided into several schools. Wow, yep, that was just bad gameplay. Really? Alright then. And I'm still also getting used to my, I'm sorry, I'm not even finishing or making coherent thoughts. with this village, there really aren't too many things. You do have the status ailment called madness that you kind of need to watch out for. But it's, apart from that little status effect, most of the enemies inside this particular village are the same as what you'd find locally around the Weeping Peninsula. A big thing about FromSoft titles, specifically 3, like Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, and I forget if Sekiro does this, but there are a lot of recycled enemies. I'm not saying that to say it's a bad thing to have recycled enemies. Recycling assets is a great way of reducing dev workload. And the games industry is kind of cutthroat. You have deadlines, and yeah, you can be creative, but sometimes you're trying to sell a product. You're not trying to, create an IP from scratch. Sometimes you are just trying to sell a product. Like, Call of Duty is a franchise. And typically those franchises are not known for a whole bunch of innovative mechanics or new story. Like, yes, there are new mechanics. Otherwise, why bother making a new game in the first place with just simply better graphics? Yeah, there wouldn't be a reason. So there has to be a gimmick. Something new. Something to be absolutely sure that you're not just selling a completely stale experience, but is it anywhere near the level of, oh, I'm making a new IP with these original characters or these derived characters? No, not at all. And maybe a couple things change, and maybe there might be a creative team on the side to make sure some kind of story exists for single player. Well, that'd be about it. So, games as a product, or even as a service, those are some cutthroat industries. You've got a lot of interests, corporate and otherwise, you're trying to please. And the gamer market is insatiable. Absolutely insatiable. Collectively, I don't mean that every person, has unacceptable demands or, demands yearly releases for games. Not at all. But if you took the collective demand and a bunch of consumer indexes for the gaming market or video games and console games in general, you would find that the supply definitely doesn't keep up with demand. And it can be an exhausting profession to have to design games for a living. The payoff is people enjoy your product, but sometimes the payoff doesn't amount to much. Like, enjoyment does not put food on your table. It does not keep a roof over your head. It does not keep you secure. Only money does this in a society that revolves a bit around money or uses fiat money for goods and services. Give me just one moment, please. I need to take care of something. sorry about that. I am back. I had to go make sure that the creamer didn't spoil. One. Sorry for the slurping. And two, I ended up getting caught up in the what's for dinner conversation with my folks. And those can be a little bit lengthy. I do apologize about that. But the main reason was to quickly try to put away the creamer before it spoils. As I had it sitting out for a few minutes while I was kind of getting my coffee ready. Speaking of which, let's have that stereotypical question, shall we? How do you guys like your coffee? I'm a fancy coffee drinker. I would be I'm happily ready to admit to that. I like my creamer. I like my sugar. And not just any kind of creamer either. I like peppermint creamer more than anything else. I'm spoiled when it comes to coffee. It's not that I won't take it. I mean, the only thing I really don't take is black coffee. Too bitter. I need something to, like, tone it down. And I even prefer frappes over other forms of coffee for a similar reason. Like I said, I'm a fancy coffee drinker. I readily admit to that. But that's just how I like my coffee. I'm drinking basically French roast with some... No, I'm sorry, not French roast. I didn't get it out of the Keurig machine in the living room. No, this one's one of my personal K-Cups. This one's mocha. And I have peppermint mocha as the creamer. It's good stuff, but only if you like peppermint. Anyway, the item that I wanted to discuss very quickly was this ember item we picked up a few moments ago. Found in lands afflicted by frenzy, which is kind of vague, but it means it's everywhere. Ember taken from the eye socket of a corpse. Fantastic. Material used for crafting items. A sign that the deceased suffered from the flame of frenzy. This grape has ripened and burst. Now we will be going for some of the Flame of Frenzy questline, but I don't think we'll be doing any of the endings associated with it, because if you go through and actually involved in the final step ending or the frenzied ending, you're locked out of all other endings. Because those endings assume you become the Elden Lord. And you don't become the Elden Lord in the Frenzied ending or the Chaos ending. Everything just kind of gets consumed by chaos. So it would make sense for you to... It wouldn't make sense for you to go through all that effort to go for the Chaos ending and then not take it. So they lock you in. We'll just be getting some spells associated with the casting. Now, I will say that Elden Ring has been updated. It has been updated as of... Let me just crack open the Discord real quick. It was updated yesterday at approximately 10:25 p.m. We are currently playing version 4.41, where a new fortune was added. This fortune is not obtainable from Merchant Kale, unlike the base 10 that we get. This is a brand new one, and this fortune is for casters of basically dark casters. Specifically those who work with Black Flame, and some Beast Claw rituals. And then more or less, the fortunes weren't actually applying some of their more interesting effects, so that has been ironed out. And there are a couple of other things in the patch, but it's not a super big patch. It's a tiny patch. It's a small patch. Have we made our way? No. This village has basically two different kinds of enemies in it. You have these frenzied, sort of, tarnished, or the untarnished, really. And then you have the rats. And you know that they are frenzied because they have a yellow glow in their eyes. And they either have attacks that inflict frenzy, like the rats, or they can sometimes cast a miniature version of the spell that inflicts madness. We'll find it here. On top of that, we'll also find a unique ingredient here. And that ingredient is called the Eye of Yulo. Probably a yew tree. I gotta be really careful with these rats. If they headbutt you, you're fine. If they bite you, you're not fine. You should just kind of pay attention, you know, take your time. That's something else, too. I used to be a hitless runner, challenge runner. I used to be one. I wasn't a very good one, but I was one. And my hitless challenges were very weird. I wanted to do things no one had ever done before. So, my first ever challenge run was Dark Souls 3 whip only. Could use any whip I want, but it has to be a whip. And of course, I'm allowed the use of the starter weapon until I get a whip, and then I'm locked in. A whip had some interesting properties. But my point in bringing up no-hit challenges is this. I am not a very good speedrunner. I crumble under pressure. I have anxiety sweats because of pressure to make decisions. I know this because, you know, when you're working with glass beakers all day, or a lot of the time, and one good twitch is enough to burn your hand off, you get very nervous. I'm very sweaty coming out of the lab, and not because it's hot, because I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I am more than ready to admit to that. However, that also extends to challenge runs. I was not the Soulsborne runner who could, you know, run through 20 enemies and be fine. I'd always flub it up. So I'd always end up having to take my time and actually fight things that other challenge runners would consider a death sentence. And I would usually perform better, on average, when I did this, compared to other people who would absolutely flub it up trying to do that. So my advice in Elden Ring, if you're a person like me who can't really handle running through groups of enemies, even if I fully commit to running through, take your time. Unless you've got a trap or chariot or something coming after you, take your time. No rush. There's no reason to rush. You will make hasty decisions trying to do that. And the same is mostly true in the sciences. You know, there are times that you need to be quick. If you're working with a reaction that you know is going to be exergonic or exothermic, you need to work fast because exothermic reactions release heat. It's part of a product. And it could get very hot very fast, if not outright explosive. Most people are probably familiar with the, you know, if you want to have a good time, and I don't recommend you do this, please don't do this, but there are videos of people dropping cubes of sodium into water. People are like, oh man, sodium, table salt? No. Not talking about that at all. I mean elemental sodium. elemental sodium explodes when thrown into water. Like, it's a very exothermic reaction. If you're wanting to see it, try putting like a small, maybe 1/100th of a milligram of sodium into a test tube filled with water or glass that you don't care about, and watch the results. You'll be surprised. You'll probably lose glassware, or else it'll bubble and fizzle and be very hot. Yeah, you gotta work quick when you're dealing with reactions of that nature. But generally speaking, in the sciences, unless you know you need to work fast, it's better to take your time and make sure everything is right the first time. The same thing is true for Elden Ring. Unless you know you need to move quick, take your time. If you're not trying to speed run, you're not trying to fulfill a very specific condition, or you're not chased by traps or anything of the sort, take your time. You will be far better rewarded for your efforts than rushing through and hoping everything works out. That works fine sometimes, but it'll eventually catch up to you. Speaking of things that I hope work up for me, I will probably only drink 1 cup. Anything more than that puts me to sleep. I cannot. Caffeine and I don't get along very well. It doesn't make me uppity or productive or anything like that. It puts me to sleep if I drink too much of it. Maybe if I were 150 pounds lighter, it might do that, but since I'm a heavy person, it doesn't do that. Anyone else out there like that? Where caffeine, you drink it as a pick-me-up. You're expecting it to perk you up, but it doesn't. It puts you to sleep. I wish caffeine perked me up. I would like to be able to do the same things the rest of society does in order to wake up in the morning. You know what I have to do if I really want to be awake? I have to crack a game open. Now that might be indicative of a different kind of problem, where my neuroreceptors refuse to fire for anything other than, digital things on a screen, but that's kind of what I have to do if I really need to be awake. Give me an hour with, like, I don't know, a game like, oh boy. With a game like this, and I'll be awake. I'll be right as rain. Maybe not completely. I mean, I'm trading my mental acumen for leg pain, but I could be awake if you give me an hour. Maybe 30 minutes if the game is really exciting. Our reward for coming through here is the Flame of Frenzy. It's a spell. It's an incantation. Emits burst of yellow flame of frenzy from eyes. Incantation originating from the maddening 3 fingers. Causes the yellow flame of frenzy to burst forth from the caster's eyes. Charging increases the range of the burst. The flame of frenzy deals damage and causes buildup of madness. This incantation also causes buildup of madness in the caster. It is only effective against tarnished. That is actually also no longer true. The description has yet to be updated. It's a bottom of the barrel thing that Kernifer probably should do at some point. But madness affects a lot more stuff. I think if you ever want to know more about boss resistances, or weaknesses or immunities for this mod, you could type !ERRB, no quotes, and I have a link set up for you to go and view the Google Sheet. That Google spreadsheet has all of the new immunities and resistances and weaknesses on there, along with how weak they are to it, or how resistant they are to it. It's not just, oh, weak? No. Immune? No, it does a better job. Immunities are always marked with 9.999 points. You know for certain that they are immune. Spirits, like fighting spirit enemies, you will generally know to be immune to all statuses. All of them. So if you're looking to do a status challenge run, good luck to you. You're going to need to find another avenue for dealing with bosses immune to your favorite status effects, such as sleep, or poison, or hemorrhage, any of it, all of it. Let's see. Oh, I thought that was like a tower for a moment there. Our other reward was a Sacred Tear. Sacred Tears increase the HP or FP gained from the corresponding flask. Let's see, is there anything else? This is kind of like a mound or a hill. The village is kind of centered on it. And the Ailing Village and the Kalu Baptismal Church are the places that are here. Everything else is kind of nameless, formless, and nondescript. Trying to think. We had a Ailing Village outskirts. We never really went along... No, we did go along the lake here and found nothing. I forget that we went here and grabbed the... grabbed that staff. The staff I'm using now. I forget things sometimes, alright? I'll do my best to remember everything, but... I'm 30. I'm not 26 or 23 anymore. I kind of have to work at my memory. I need to write things down more often. And if that another rest site? If you get to be an older person, or you feel the effects of aging. Maybe I should say old. It's the effects of aging. I feel like I'm gonna die if I make that jump, so let's not. Yeah, that jump was too high. Up. Yeah, I'm feeling the effects of aging now. It's pretty significant. I'm having a hard time keeping up with some things in my upper level courses now, because I basically waited too long for my memory to be functional for those courses. But, you know, if a 70-year-old can go back to school and get a degree, then I can sit through this. I can sit through my classes. I just have to buckle down more now, compared to, say, maybe 10, 20, 10 or 20, like 5 or 10 years ago. I have to buckle down more now. To be young. To be younger, excuse me. To have the gift of youth. What I wouldn't give to have that gift again. But being wistful about that doesn't help anyone. Really? Alright then. You'll also randomly find... Well, not randomly, but there will be pockets of misbegotten found, you know, on cliff sides or in various other places in the Weeping Peninsula. I think you also find some in Caelid, and you also find some in the Altus Plateau. There are a few places where you will find Misbegotten, and they're a relatively new enemy type for FromSoft to use. That's one of the original ones. Now, someone can point out to me, like maybe in Demon Souls or Bloodborne, those are the two that I'm not super familiar with because I've never played. I would love if Bloodborne stopped being a PS exclusive. I would love that. And then I would happily play it for everyone because I know everyone loves Bloodborne. The game has such a massive cult following. It's not funny. But alas, the last time I owned a PlayStation console, I owned a PS3, and I had Persona 3 and like Uncharted something on there. I might have started up a collection at one point or another, but I don't really have the resources for that now. I'm lucky I have resources for the Switch and for my PC.
Trade again.
Trade again. We're gonna pick up a cracked pot. And we're gonna sell stuff while we're here. Might even be able to get 2 levels out of this. Yeah, that's around 2 levels, I would say. If you ever want to know any more about Elden Ring Reforged specifically, I have a timer that should be going off, but if you type in exclamation ERR, ERRA, ERRB, ERRC, ERRG, or player build, and you'll get various information about Elden Ring Reforged and what we plan on doing there. The player build will let you know what our goal is for playing through Elden Ring Reforged. We're basically going for a full caster build with some amount of vitality, mind, and vigor, so that we can cast our spells and not die and not be a piece of paper for a boss. That's pretty much the goal. Now, let's see, we need to keep that spell. Let's try the Flame of Frenzy. I don't think we're going to be able to cast it very often, but this does deal fire damage. Yeah, and it's more like a shotgun. If you want maximum efficacy on this, get close. Not too close, but enough to negate the spread. And I think you'll get about 2 casts before you gotta stop. We'll probably stick with Dragonfire for now, but as we get more spell slots, that is something we're gonna... There will be a Madness spell later that we will use, and it works great. I don't remember when that is, though. Let's level up. We're almost to the point where we could start, splitting it evenly again. Alright, next order of business. Gotta make it over to this cave here. There are a couple of things next door to it. I believe another generator is there as well. Honed Bolt, I think it is. But I'm running on memory here. More questions. For those who like Let's Plays, do you like them in YouTube format or in... I gotta get off this horse like very quick. Do you generally like them in stream format or recorded format? I know a lot of people, or some people, who have been moderately successful with making a Let's Play out of a stream, but most of the time they usually fizzle and fall short. Now, of course, I'm committed to the projects I'm committed to right now, so that is something I'm basically sort of committed to the content I'm creating at this point, but I'm curious to know if people generally like relaxed, non-structured streams of the same sort of stuff. So You know, challenge runs are structured, yet they're loose. You can talk about whatever. I'm not trying to show you everything. I'm trying to do something particular. It's very goal-driven, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Streams generally have an endpoint, a goal. And if they don't meet that goal within like a timely period, it's usually very problematic for the stream or stream health, generally speaking. And then we need to quickly get out of the fire before we end up getting ballista bait ourselves. And we probably also don't want to be going this way. That takes us back to the... Oh, wait a sec. I'm forgetting something. Behind the ruins, the demi-human queen's ruins, or forest ruins. The demi-human forest ruins. Goodness. There should be like a catacomb or cave back there. I remember that pretty clearly from doing the pilot run to kind of get used to the game's mechanics and other stuff. I've not been keeping up with the pilot run beyond what is necessary, though. I've mostly been focusing on, you know, figuring out how to adjust to my workload and everything I have to do for it. I have quizzes that are due today, so I'll be doing those after the stream. I think they're due like by 8 p.m., but they're not long quizzes. I think they're mostly multiple choice quizzes. Oh, right. Okay, maybe it's not. Okay. I guess I forgot about the precise contents of what was back here. So whenever you see these bowls, there are crystal tiers in here. The Faith Knot crystal tier. Sometimes there are one, other times there are two. But there's usually at least one with these bowls. Now, the Faith Knot crystal tier increases faith temporarily in a mixed physic. So if you are exclusively a faith build, and your spells scale with the stat, it becomes a DPS boost when you drink your physic. So generally what I see is either FP regen or half of your maximum FP. There are, I think those are either Cerulean Burst tiers or, oh geez, I'm forgetting the exact terminology for this. Like the green spill boosts stamina, whereas the plain crystal tiers restore a stat. There's one for FP that either boosts regen, FP maximum, or boosts FP maximum, increases regeneration of FP, or restores half of your maximum FP. One of those plus a intelligence or faith crystal knot in the physic is useful. I cannot keep my words straight. I tell you what. I cannot keep my words straight. Happens a lot. I do my best to control it, but sometimes I just can't. I'm speaking so fast. It's not funny. I used to be really good at that. Not speaking too quickly. And then I don't know. And then things changed. I believe these are called Miranda blooms. They always have a pretty consistent drop rate where they almost always drop poison powder and Miranda flowers on top of that. And their weakness is fire. I.e., if they're in the middle of doing something and you light them on fire, they usually stop. Poison Bloom and Miranda Powder. I got it backwards. Miranda Powder and Poison Bloom are used for items that contain poison. Pretty self-explanatory. But not all Miranda Blooms will... not all Miranda Blooms will be poisonous. Sometimes they will cast magic. Sometimes they'll spit out madness or death blight instead of poison. They're also a relatively new enemy for the series. They're pretty creative though, and they're one of the prettier, more beautiful enemies in Elden Ring in general. And they've only been made more deadly due to the status effects being modified in the game. Deathblight is probably the worst by far. And that is just strictly because Deathblight in Elden Ring Reforged saps your runes, all of them, before you actually die. So, like, yes, you die, but you bully me with your spear, I can bully you with my carrying slicer. We picked up an interesting weapon. One that we can't use, but it's interesting. The Gordian. Wow. Guardian Sword Spear. What reminds me of a Naginata, in the sense that Naginatas were sometimes used as sword spears. Weapon comprising of a long handle and broad blade sharpened from the hard wood of old trees, wielded by the guardian of the minor Erd trees known as experts in the art of combat. The power of this weapon scales greatly with dexterity. You also have the Golden Halberd. Yeah, Elden Ring weapons are very beautiful to look at. I'm something of an armor aficionado. One of my lifetime goals that I want to have is to be able to say, I have a suit of plate mail sitting in a closet somewhere. Or, sitting in an armoire or hanging on a mannequin. Something like that. I do definitely want that. I'm generally a minimalist when it comes to decorations, but that is something I want in my lifetime. Is to actually have a suit of full plate somewhere in my house. And full plate with all the conveniences of modern technology, so air vents, not only that, but the full plate will actually kind of protect me against incoming blows. Heck, if I can find a way to maybe put some Kevlar in it, or other bullet-resistant material, it might be useful. I can imagine a time where, we kind of go back to, hey, armor is both functional and decorative at the same time. You can wear... It would be very exhausting to wear full plate, and it's why people generally got out of the practice of doing it for anything more than a costume, but... at some point we might actually need that protection again. But right now, it's kind of a non-issue, because you're not there to take blows, and most humans can't actually do that too well. It's, you're better off if you're mobile. So I would see, a return of tanned leathers over something like full plate. I'm thinking like in Fallout, like, yeah, there's metal armor, but it's very heavy, very cumbersome to use for good reason. It actually emulates the real world cost of wearing metal art, like not just metal plated, but actual metallic armor. You need an insane amount of strength and stamina to not get tired wearing full plate. But regardless of my stamina or my strength, I still want a suit of it. It would be nice if I had it for my own personal reasons. Anyone else have a guilty pleasure they'd like to own like that? I mean, I have like an antique sword sitting in my closet, but that does not have the same mystique or charm that a suit of armor does. Weapons are very pretty, but the armor is where it's really at. You get a much better sense of the smith that you're looking at, like in terms of their creative expertise or their ability to work well in their craft. Armor is really how you tell the good smiths, or the great smiths from the good smiths, and the good smiths from the bad ones, in my personal opinion. Up here, anytime you see like a giant tree on the map, this is a minor Erd tree. And usually minor Erd trees contain a Erd tree avatar. These particular kinds of enemies have a very robust moveset, and they have a lot of AoE on top of their generally wide, slow, predictable, yet hard-hitting attacks. It took me a second to get the words I wanted to use there. Man, I do wish these flasks restored more. I'm sitting on a sacred tear that I need to turn in eventually. And Dragonfire is also not going to be very good for this fight. The Erd Tree avatars punish long wind, like any time you cast a move like Dragonfire, you're going to get punished. Ow. Oh. You're going to get punished for using it. Unless you have some sort of protection in place. But without that protection, which we currently don't have, I really don't recommend trying to use it. Wait until you have a better breath attack. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And with the Erd tree, the minor Erd trees, you need to look for the stakes. And the reason you need to look for the stakes is because, and the summoning effigies, is if you're wanting to actually, let's say you're having issues with an Erd tree avatar, without, also let's make sure we have the right talismans on, which we do. So the minor Erd tree avatars can be very tough without help. And because they hit so hard early on, you're going to be getting one shot. No shame in getting help. But these can be tucked in some pretty nasty locations. Not that you can summon for Elden Ring Reforged. You can use seamless co-op for Elden Ring Reforged. That there is a process for that. However, I am not the person you want to talk to for that. I highly recommend going to either the Seamless Co-op mod page or finding your way to the Elden Ring Reforged Discord, which should be on the Elden Ring Reforged mod page. Type !ERR to get access to it. And Once inside that Discord, I almost had mucus at the back of my throat. Once you have access to that Discord, one of the mods and or Kernifer themselves should be able to help you get set up with seamless co-op. There might even be instructions on the ERR mod page. I'll have to look into that later because I know that's going to be a question that's going to come up. Are you using seamless co-op? The answer, no. Do you know how to install it? No, but I can point you to where you can. Alright, so I've gabbed enough about the Erdtree avatar, so now we're going to do that fight, and I will see you guys on the other side. Remember that during bosses, I'm not super inclined to look at the chat. I tend to need to focus for these things. But yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side. And our reward is the Opaline Bubble Tier and the Crimson Burst Crystal Tier. So, the Crimson Burst is HP regeneration, and the Opaline Bubble Tier significantly negates all damage in Mixed Physic. Fun fact about this Bubble Tier. The Bubble Tier used to, say, mitigate or boosted... Wow, I cannot talk. Significantly negates physical damage in the Mixed Physic. But it was actually magical damage. This has changed. It now just negates all damage at, I think, a slightly lower value. A crystal tier formed slowly over the ages where the Erd Tree's bounty falls to the ground. Can be mixed in the Flask of Wondrous Physic. Provides significant damage negation. However, this effect only occurs once and will expire after a certain duration. So our reward, I would say, is, okay, if you prefer HP regen as opposed to overhealing, which is essentially what the Flask of Wondrous Physic will do if you have to use it, unlike the flasks of Cerulean or Crimson Tears, the Flask of Wondrous Physic takes a little longer to drink. So it might be better if you're not trying to rely on it as a combat heal, and instead you use it in order to keep going after you've after the fight has started or reached a midway point. Might be better to use it that way. But I personally don't mind using the Flasks of Wondrous Physic in the same way as you do a Flask of Tears. You just have to pay attention and you'll be fine. That particular Erd Tree avatar is not very hard. The Erd Tree avatars get a lot more bulky. They start resisting more stuff. They can become charged with Scarlet Rot instead, and become a putrid Erd Tree avatar. And they become very dangerous in that form. So while I made that one look easy, rest assured, it is not. And I'm not even that good of a Soulsborne player. I believe those are singing harpies? Or singing bats? It's one of those. And the singing bats are very dangerous. They're worth a lot more runes in exchange for how dangerous they are. They have a nasty grab. They can kick up clouds of poison. They're just very dangerous. They're very dangerous. But the reward can be worth it. Like their other bat counterparts, they do drop runes, or like hard runes, but they're dangerous. I'm working my way over there now so I could demonstrate just how dangerous they are. Really? Alright, I guess I'm getting close. Awful. Too far away. See? Sometimes things are much closer than they appear, or they appear much closer than they actually are. That's not always the case, but sometimes it is. Wow, what a valueless sentence. I do that a lot. I speak when I should be silent. Better to be thought a fool than to be known a fool, right? Think that's how the saying more or less goes. Our spells give us a lot of utility. There's a reason I'm going for pretty much all spells, and that is because... Oh. See that off in the distance? That is a mausoleum turtle, or beast. Or, no, it's a walking mausoleum. There we go. It took me a second to get the words. Walking mausoleums do something very special that I will be glad to demonstrate when we actually have something to demonstrate it with. Right now, we kind of don't. But I'll still go ahead and maybe attempt to wrangle the walking mausoleums as soon as I have shown off whatever it is I wanted to show off, which I think was the singing harpy or singing bat. Approaching singing heart or the singing bats head on is not advised. What I'm doing is very foolish. And just like a bunch of other tough enemies, they too often take a lot to actually they take a lot of resources to take down. And on top of that, they can be very much not worth your time. Thankfully, I come prepared for dealing with poison. And that's another reason I'm going for all spells is just, well, maybe it's tied into the same reason now that I think about it. It's utility. Like, if I were strictly locked into incantations or sorceries, I'd have a huge problem overcoming some resistances at some point. And of course, some enemies are slightly resistant to anything that isn't physical. So as to give those who go for melee or ranged bow or crossbow builds something that they have an easy time with. But oftentimes, casters have their pick of whatever resistance works well for them. As long as they're not locked into one specific sub-school or one specific source of magic. That's how I would best describe sorceries and incantations. There are two ways to interface with the world in the exact same way. It's like Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons, how you have arcane spells and you have divine spells, right? And then you have psychic spells. Though the origin of source tells you who can cast it. The same thing here. You know that anything that is specifically a sorcery is something that if you've got enough intelligence, you'll be able to cast it. And sorceries are usually highly magical. They're studied. They're not primal. Whereas incantations can be studied or primal. It kind of just depends on what the exact incantation is. Makes sense. It's a different sourcing. It's a different way to work with and use magic in that game world. I like it. Alright, let's make our way to the place that we actually said we were going to go. I keep beating around the bush and not going there. It could be a little bit of a trick to get there, because we have to make a huge drop in order to actually be able to get there. Right, and this is why I wanted to come up here, this way. As you can see, there are Miranda blooms off in the distance. And there's not a spirit spring nearby. Not really. So guess what we have to do? That's right. We have to use these gravestones jutted into the landscape to make our descent. And oh boy, is that not... I can think of few more stress-inducing experiences in Elden Ring than this. I'm okay with platformers, but I could struggle with them sometimes, and I hear a bat, and I don't know where. I think they're... Some of them are underneath the gravestones, like hanging upside down. Like this. Or, well, not like this, actually. But as you can see, a lot of the bats are making their way here. They saw us. And we've got lightning on top of that. Fun. I don't think there are more gravestones, so yeah, we gotta make this drop manually. Thankfully, it's not... Oh, boy. Wow. Joy. They were just close enough that a well-placed glintstone arc managed to take care of them. I don't recommend interfacing with that or working against... No, attacking the scarab there until after we've dealt with more or most of these bats. I think that's all of them. I don't see any more bats up on this level. So now let's go take care of a let's go take care of a scarab. This scarab is special. There's a good reason why we're going after it. Oh, is that not where Honed Bolt is anymore? I think that got moved. Or maybe that was always Lightning Strike. I thought our generator was here. Man, I'm thinking that it got moved. I was 80% sure that that's what was supposed to be here. Oh well, it happens. Let's look at our new incantation, why don't we? Where is it? Right here. Summons lightning bolt that spreads from impact, and oh boy, is it expensive. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult summons a bolt of lightning that scatters and spreads through the surrounding area. This incantation can be cast repeatedly. Ancestors of the modern dragons, the ancient dragons had scales of gravelstone. They wielded lightning as their weapon. It is said that once they attacked Leyndal... Oh, I'm sorry. It is said that once they attacked Leyndal, the royal capital. We don't have the faith for that yet, but we will get it soon. Maybe within... I want to say within 12 level ups from now, we'll have access to it. One thing I will say about this particular build we're running is that a lot of the more expensive sorceries and incantations, I'm going to have to grind up levels for. I'm not going to be able to just easily cast those spells. So it's more like we're casting a wide range of beginner and intermediate spells, and not a wide range of advanced spells. Those are going to be for more dedicated builds. I will do my best to cast them, of course, but there aren't guarantees that we get to cast those things. I need to find the gravestone or drop-off point that makes this work. I'm not sure I can make that work. Maybe I can walk my way... No, the drop-offs are getting worse, not better. Huh. I think maybe I have to actually return. I don't want to take that risk. I know you can make that jump here, and I believe that that is on the right side. for good measure, we don't have something that, I'm not really sure I want to try this then. We don't have a talisman that keeps our runes when we die. I think we have to make it over there. Yeah, okay. We should survive this. And look at that, we survived. And we are here in the Morn Tunnel. A name that those from Dark Souls 3 should be very familiar with. I'll probably try to change this out for tea during intermission. Intermission's going to be, I think, within the next half hour? Maybe next 15 minutes? Let's check our uptime. I know I kind of started a little late today. Or I can have problems with my commands. Unless I didn't type it in right. I'm also going to refresh chat. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And let's try it again. Wow, that command is not working right now. What gives? Let's turn to the bot really quick. I'm going to take a minute to sort of rifle through this. I hope I didn't turn off the command. Nope. I did not. Uptime is spelt correctly. I hope I don't have to... I refreshed the bot before the stream. That's the big problem. It's like some of the commands work, and then this one seems to not work for whatever reason. Even if it weren't displaying, it's having some issues. I'll have to see if the Stream Elements plugin has an update later. Terrible. Alright, now to keep data consumption short, I will turn that off. Well, I will not have the internet open at the same time. Alright. We need to use a torch. Torches, I think... Is there a I could not finish a thought today. There must be a lantern that I've missed somewhere. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Technically, a torch has better, like, lighting compared to a lantern. I think lanterns have been slightly scaled back just due to how they play with the inventory in Elden Ring, or like specific lighting issues. I know the lantern's radius was reduced, so a torch technically has better lighting, and is worth using over a lantern as long as you don't mind trading a shield or a second offhand for it. Morn tunnels, I believe, have the same rank of smithing stone as the Limgrave tunnels. I believe it should be 1 and 2 smithing stones here. There may be a couple 3s in here, but it should mostly be 1s and 2s. And I think either a troll is in the back or another boss we have not seen yet. This tunnel is a bit unique in that there are misbegotten here instead of normal miners sometimes, which can be a welcome sight if you If you prefer not having to carry a bulky strike weapon for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm fairly sure I remember all of the miners are replaced with Misbegotten in here. I'm going to check over here first. Yep, see, there's a case where it hasn't been replaced. It's really dangerous to get into fights up here. It really is. A fall from here is death. Or, not absolutely certain death, but I'm going to take damage making that kind of drop. Minimum. Guaranteed. And the Misbegotten are not known for being slow or predictable. They are very much known for having roll-catching attacks. And are generally rough on casters. But that's fine. We gotta have some enemy types we're weak against. And the Misbegotten is definitely one of them in the early game. No, I did not want to do... I hate doing that. Casting wrong spells happens more often than you think. But it could be worse, I suppose. That miner was very much not worth the reward. A smithing stone 1 is an okay material at the beginning, but enemies just guarding that as the trouble or as the incentive to defeat them quickly becomes skipped in most playthroughs. Why get a smithing stone when you can get a real item like a sword or an armor or something along those lines? I'm at the very least doing it for a full playthrough, but even I might eventually skip them when I don't need them. Come up here, big guy. Just take your time. Take your time. Don't let the Misbegotten intimidate you. They are a rough enemy, but if you take your time, then you will be much less inclined to make mistakes or to get caught in the roll catching. And eventually we'll have enough power that dealing with Misbegotten will not be a concern of ours. Well, we're not there yet. And the fastest way to die as a caster is to be so arrogant as to think that your magic can one-shot any enemy that doesn't have resistance to it. In Elden Ring Reforged, the balancing is pretty good. There aren't a whole bunch of enemies that are... They're not paper thin, unless FromSoft natively make those things paper thin. Like, there's a boss later on who's said to be called the Paper Tiger of FromSoft games. His HP is very small, but to make up for it, his damage output is very large. Don't underestimate him or you'll end up dead faster than you can blink. Yeah, don't be overconfident when you're playing these kinds of games. You're gonna end up eating egg doing so. Ow. Could be worse. I've had worse thrown at me. So which one of those stones were you thrown? Was that Horatio? Was that, I don't know, Jasper? Maybe, Bixbite? Something. You were throwing someone who you treasured dearly, just to deal some damage to me. Puns or attempted joking aside, the most enemies in here, if you're a caster, as long as you're not using fire, you're fine. Really? Really? Okay. Wow, nice pivot. Nice pivot. And these guys also have an impressive amount of hyper armor. They can be a handful in their own right. Don't underestimate them. Yeah, never take your power for granted in Elden Ring or Elden Ring Reforged. Unless a mod outright gives you God mode, you can still die here. The world of Elden Ring, the lands between, it's a very dangerous place. And it's easy to forge your own grave. It's very easy to dig your own grave here. So how's everyone doing so far? Everyone liking the mod? What they're seeing out of it? A lot of it, when you're not dealing with... it's not a massive overhaul mod. It really isn't. It's somewhere between an overhaul and, you know, a quality of life mod. It does have several unique mechanics, but it isn't outright trying to change everything from top to bottom about Elden Ring. So a lot of this does feel like I'm playing the base game over and over again. Or what have I really changed? But I promise you it is different. You just have to know where to look to find the differences. Hopefully everyone is liking what they're seeing. For those who are tuning in, I'm CoinStamp180, otherwise known as Scrolling Vortex 09 on YouTube, and we are playing Elden Ring Reforged. It is a mod created by Kernifer, a user on Nexus Mods. As far as I understand, Elden Ring Reforged is the only mod they have made. It's kind of a dedicated service mod at this point. Work with this mod. You can blocking is better. Parrying has been made consistent. Light builds are a lot more valuable in Elden Ring Reforged, whereas you kind of wanted to bulk up as fast as you can in Elden Ring because of the fact that light load just didn't mean that much. Which I guess is fine. Dark Souls 3 light builds were superior. Here it's one of those, yeah, light builds are fine, but they're not going to help you poise through attacks. And there are enough different attack types in Elden Ring that rolling just ain't going to cut it anymore. You have to pay better attention to your moments in Elden Ring, whether you're playing a modded version or not. But I like that the game has been curated and balanced for... and new stuff being added for a better experience. I don't think I've seen any mod author or developer as prolific in updating the mod as Kernifer is. And Kernifer does a great job with actually talking to community members. They're really active on the Discord. They almost always have a response. maybe it's not immediate, but they do respond to feedback and suggestions and requests and all that kind of stuff. They do respond. Super active mod author. I highly recommend joining the Discord just so you can have access to Kernifer's work. Kernifer has a changelog that is up to date sometimes. I need to figure out when it was last updated so that I can update one of my commands, but otherwise, it's an impressive mod. I love Elden Ring Reforged. It is proving to be my favorite Elden Ring mod I've seen on Nexus Mods for a while. I think after this mod is finished, I might play the Ascension mod for Elden Ring, because I know there is one. And that is going to be Elden Ring cranked up to 11 with all of the difficulties that Elden Ring in vanilla possesses, along with some mechanics. I do want to more fully explore the modded content that Elden Ring can provide. But for right now, I'm gonna play through Elden Ring Reforged. For Ascension, I'm probably not going to play through 100%. Like, Ascension does change a lot of stuff about Elden Ring, but it is also meant to be a wacky, off-the-wall experience that you play through one time or two times, and then that's it. It has similar replayability to vanilla Elden Ring, where you'll do it once or twice and then probably do something else. Elden Ring Reforged, well, I don't know, I guess it's in the same boat as Elden Ring when I think about it. I mean, the classes have access to some unique things. You have the fortune system now, which actually adds real classes to Elden Ring. Elden Ring Reforged has a bright future ahead of it, I guess is the point I'm trying to make, without tripping over myself and saying 10 different unrelated things. Elden Ring Reforged has a bright future ahead of it. Kernifer does awesome work. I highly recommend looking at the mod just for the amount of care and attention to detail Kernifer puts in every balancing decision they make. With every new mechanic added, I could really see this. There are a few like syntax or text changes that kind of give away that this is a mod and not, something that FromSoft themselves put together, but all of the new features look like something that FromSoft could have easily implemented if they paid attention to requests or had thought about it. And I'm not saying that FromSoft made a bad game with Elden Ring, absolutely not. But when it's hard to tell that a mod is a mod and not some other paid DLC for the vanilla game, you know you have a good mod. You know that what you're getting has real quality to it. I love Elden Ring Reforged. It's just, I can't heap enough praise on the mod author or the community that the mod author has, surrounded themselves with. The boss spreadsheet was not something that Kernifer put together, to my knowledge. It was something that Kernifer helped put together with a couple of other people who authored the spreadsheet. The information for that's in the spreadsheet itself. But just to know that the community surrounding Elden Ring Reforged feels pretty similar to what the Cinders community was like when that mod was being actively developed and maintained. It's great. I really do think that Elden Ring Reforged has a bright future ahead of it. with Elden Ring Reforged, or with Elden Ring in general, as long as you pay attention, you're not going to be surprised by much of anything. Of course, that depends on the individual human being. Not everyone has the same skills at perception as others, but I like to think I'm a pretty perceptive individual. It comes with being small. I'm 5'3" during the day and like 5'2" at night. I'm short, which means my perception needs to be on point compared to other human beings, and my vision is terrible. I'm wearing glasses for a reason, folks. But my hearing is okay, and my sense of smell is even better. You gotta have some sense, some of your physical senses sharpened as compensation. Tall people have an advantage over us. The natural world is not made for short people. It really isn't, at least in terms of human beings. You know, other creatures, yeah, you know what, there's an optimum size. It may be beyond 5'10" or 6 feet. It becomes disadvantageous for a human to continue getting tall or continue gaining height in any aspect, but I would kill for a few inches. I would kill to be my dad's height, and my dad is below average for human beings. He's 5'7". I would kill for that height. And of course, I don't mean I would actually kill my fellow human beings. The internet is a literal place, and so I must take any expression and make sure I fully quantify and clarify it so that no misinterpretation can be assumed. Because the internet is a rough, unforgiving place. But yeah, I don't actually mean kill people. I mean, I would love to be that tall. Fat distributes better when you're taller. I mean, yeah, it still distributes the same way no matter how tall or short you are as a man, but at least it would distribute better on a taller person. Your muscles distribute better. Everything distributes better when you're taller. And you know, I guess you have good genes. Like, being tall is part of the genetic expression. It's not instead of genetic expression, it's part of it. I am slightly lost. That is perfectly acceptable. I will quickly find my sense of direction soon enough. I think we're supposed to head this way, because we are trying to make our way toward a boss. Did I say that we were going to get through Elden Ring Reforged in one day? Or, not Elden Ring Reforged, Weeping Peninsula? I guess there is still an opportunity for that, but that window is closing. Which is fine. I never intended to walk through it in the first place, unless we were done with all our business in Weeping Peninsula. I believe this is a Crystallian? Nope, it is a Misbegotten. These guys use axes. They're like the big heavies of the Misbegotten tribe. They have quite a few roll catchers. Their attacks have a significant amount of delay on them. They are not to be underestimated. And their attacks can be pretty darn floaty too. Not all of them, but whenever they jump, there's always like a second they're in the air. It's quite remarkable, really. It's like watching a Yoshi in mid-flight. Or mid-flutter. If I had known that I was going to stagger there, I probably would have not rolled there. You're being really generous with the AI. Okay, that was less generous. A tension coin. Just keep your distance and they'll kind of like always try to walk to you. That was a bad time to be spamming anything. And our reward is an anchor? What? Nah, I'm kidding. Yeah, down here is the rusty anchor. It's a really interesting item. It's a great axe. It's a weird look for a great axe, but it is classed as one. The rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp, enabling piercing attacks. When the tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind, and its attack is barbaric roar, just like your other great axe. I think the rusted anchor might be slightly faster, according to the weapon weight. Wow, weapon rating system. Jeez, that's still being worked on. It's kind of a hidden number system that determines how fast certain attacks are, or how fast a weapon generally attacks. I don't know if it's loosely tied to weight, but it isn't exactly tied to weight or anything like that. I don't know if you need to be you need to have the correct stat requirements to feel the full effects of the weapon rating, or yeah, the weapon speed rating system, but I definitely know that not all the weapons swing identically now. Some are faster, some are slower. Alright. We have completed the Morn tunnels. We are about the midway point on our stream. So what I'm going to do now is let's just kind of make our way back up to this rest site, specifically the lookout tower. And I'll go ahead and take a 10-minute intermission. I am a little early on that. However, there are a couple things I need to do. I need to change out the K-cup in my Keurig machine so I can drink some tea. I need to go check in with my folks, make sure they're okay. And I need to check on the dogs and a few other things. But when we come back, we'll be heading to the west. That is the plan, is going west of the lookout tower. Use this time to stretch, get a drink, get a snack, talk to your loved ones, tell them that you love them, and that you make them smile, and they make you smile, all that fun stuff. Always let people know you love them. You never know when they're going to part this world. You never know when they're going to perish, and you won't have a chance for that last goodbye or that last kiss. Make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them. That's a regret I wouldn't wish on anyone. Not even my worst enemy. I would not wish that upon them. Because that grief could sit with you forever. But I've gabbed too long already, so I'm going to go ahead and take the intermission. I will see you guys in around 10 minutes. Sorry about that. I am back. And I am not alone. I have an insectoid guest. Insectoid? No, it is an insect. I'm back with my tea, my cough drops, and I have a slice of apple, not apple cake, but cake made with apple peel with my name on it. How is everyone doing? Did everyone enjoy their intermission? I tried to keep it around the 10-minute mark. I think I was maybe a minute under or over. Hopefully everyone got their snacks, their drinks, they got a chance to stretch. And tell their loved ones how much they love them. You know, all that fun stuff. Like I was saying earlier, don't forget to tell your loved ones that you love them. This world is a dangerous, unsafe, unstable place. And you never know when the next time might be... Oh, hi there, Sir Demi-Human. Oh, it's not just Demi-Human. It's a Demi-Human chief. A rogue one. They're only kind of dangerous. Just pay attention and, well, I say that a lot. I need to stop saying that. Paying attention is just something you should generally do when you're playing ARPGs, but, you know, paying attention to dangerous enemies is a good practice in Elden Ring or in FromSoft titles. You guys already know to do this. I'm going to try and kill the habit, but it's going to be hard. Everyone has token phrases. There's a reason that, oh my god, and what is this, are common speedrunner tropes. It's just about something everyone says. Everyone reacts the same way. But it's almost infamous for how emphatic speedrunners use those two phrases. It's, it's something that I hear a lot on the Rage compilations. Yeah, I'll admit it. I watch Rage compilations. I don't watch the controller banging ones, except when they're by a specific individual, but that's his whole shtick, his Rage. People love that stuff. You even have a follow-up if a hit confirm is present. Wow. Good job, Erdtree Guardian. We do have the Spirit Spring here, which will let us return to the minor Erdtree at any time. I believe that is... no, actually, it's just to make your way up here. That's what that's for. That is a good way to not have to deal with the Erdtree Guardians so much, but they're really not so bad. They're just light enough on poise that if you can get them into a tussle with the carrion slicer, it's going to be hard for them to come out. You have to run out of stamina or deal no damage with your carrion slicer for it to be a problem. And unfortunately, the Erdtree Guardians are a class of enemy that require that you use the... goodness. Use the roll-catching glintstone stars in order to be able to effectively stop them. I need a sip of tea already. Ow, that's still quite hot. I did rinse this cup. No mucky yucky coffee remnants in my tea. Oh, better. A little bit. Still probably gonna have to follow it up with cough drops at some point. Long COVID is not funny business. Where did our pesky insect companion run off to? I'd like to kill him. Oh well. I assume I'll be able to smush his guts into paste when the time comes. So now we're making it up to this set of ruins here. Basically, the Weeping Peninsula is pretty cleanly divided with the cliff here. There are methods of crossing, but most of them involve this pathway across the bridge. Oh, I forget what I was going to say now. I hate that. It'll either come back to me or it wasn't important. I would like for there to be an AoE generator, please. Don't worry, I'm not really asking for an AoE generator. That would be overpowered. Everyone would be using it to regain FP really fast. And get a free slot if nothing else. Eat carrion slicer. You, I'm not gonna touch with the tip of my torch. Glintstone staff. Now, isn't that interesting? Look at this. See? Look at how, we've already upgraded staves just from farming enemies, basically, is what this is. Staff with a glintstone tip embedded, or with a glintstone embedded at the tip. A catalyst for casting sorceries. They must be memorized first. This staff is basically the tutorial item, letting you know, hey, you want to use sorceries? You need to rest and memorize them and all that fun stuff. We're probably going to switch to the glintstone staff as soon as we have upgrades for it. The demi-human queen's staff is marginally better right now until we get upgrade materials. But that's only because the staff is scaling off of both arcane and int. The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child. Who's he? That, Godfrey? Is that who we're referring to? I think that's who we're referring to. As they're not talking about Radagon or any of the other, demigods. Oh, look. You know you're at a site where Marika has actually been and touched when you see the golden centipedes. You're beginning to understand that the golden centipedes are not a good thing. But they do let you know that someone particular has been there. The golden desiccated remains of a centipede, kept as a fetish by Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches and similar. Supposedly, actually, looking at this statue, this is not a statue of Marika. This is a statue of Radagon. Marika takes a different posture with these statues. With the statues, and if you notice, there's latticing on the back that's indicative of the Golden Order incantations. Yeah, we're quite sure that this is a sacred, holy place. And what I've said about the golden centipedes being a mark of America is not technically wrong, but it's more accurate to say that they are the mark of Radagon instead. We'll talk more about him when he becomes more prevalent in the gameplay and story. These are spirit jellyfish. They have two different types of attacks. They can either ram you with their own heads, or they could squirt out poison jets at you, which do build up poison, so you want to be careful. You can gain the initiative on them unless you kill one of their brethren nearby. And then the spirit jellyfish surprisingly know where you are at most times. Or they're very easy to ire. To gain the ire of. So just be very, very careful with spirit jellyfish. But they aren't a really dangerous enemy. They're only a mildly dangerous enemy. The skeletons and other spirit creatures that tend to accompany them are often much more dangerous. But thankfully, the spirit jellyfish have no love for the skeletons nearby. Which was nice. Now I wonder, which are they weaker to? Magic or fire? Looks to be basically about the same amount of damage. Maybe a 1 or 2 points difference. Well, it either means that they're slightly weaker to magic, or there's no real net change, and effects we're seeing are based on upgrade levels and not anything else. We have made it to the Church of Pilgrimage. With entering the Church of Pilgrimage, we are going to make our way over to the Round Table Hold. And talk to Melina. She has something to say here.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Please.
In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
So, do you remember that, do you guys remember the ghost out here talking about, he is your unwanted child? Yeah, they're referring to Godfrey. The demigod who was executed on the Night of the Black Knives. Well, not executed, assassinated during the Night of the Black Knives. I think that had nothing to do with being an unwanted child, but that is how they're tying the two bits of lore together, is by referring to the same person both times. Here we're going to talk to Dee.
Hello. You've been busy weeding Deathroot, I take it. I thank you, as your brother in arms. So what can I do for you?
We are going to remember to get these incantations a tad later. For now, what we're going to do is make the switch.
Well, I took you for no matter how you're up.
a middling improvement at best, but it is one. Yep, 126 with slightly worse scaling. The demi-human's staff scales better at lower intelligence values, and we'll be slowly making our way toward not. I'm sorry, I can't even speak straight. Also, this is kind of blocking my view of the chat, so I have to reconcile the difference with this all the time. I forgot what I was going to say now. Yeah, it's such a minor boost, but it is worth making the switch, because the scaling will effectively net out to be the same as soon as we get it to be +4. And it's a more modest-looking staff. Given that we're wearing chainmail, I think it's a much better fit for what we're trying to do, aesthetically so. Is that a real consideration? No, of course not. I'm going to go for the best staff at all times, but I mean, at some point all the staves are the same. The only difference is the secondary effect. And most of them are, well, you know, if you use this staff, X class of sorceries gets better, etc., etc. You don't have a bell bearing. Didn't I purchase a memory stone from you? I actually don't know now. No, I think it was too expensive at the time, is what it was. Well, that lets us have another spell. Maybe we can get one of the holy incantations and add that to it.
Did you need?
Yes, I do. I need the Litany of Proper Death. And I guess while we're here, we might as well pick up Order's Blade. We've already read these. No reason to read them again.
Ah, well then.
We might as well pick up some other incantations while we're here. The main one I probably want to grab is Heal, and then I guess while we have the supplies for it, Rejection.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Thank you very much, Cormac. So, we might as well spend the Sacred Tears while we're here. Be flasks. Nope, that's flask charges. +3 flask. Sounds good. Should be better than +1. I think the maximum is like +11. Or +10. Something like that. Which is exactly like what DS3 had for its maximum. Flasks were +10. I think that was the cap. I think the only one that had a higher cap than that on flasks was like Dark Souls 1, where the cap was like +15. Maybe I'm muddling memories now, but we've upgraded stuff, our staff. We have not managed to upgrade our finger seal yet. And the claw mark seal is a downgrade because we're not focusing on strength. Ooh, now that I think about it, why is the arcane decreased? Both of them should be at... Oh no, I didn't increase it a second time. That must be it. Although this is with the class effect active. Okay, yeah, it's the same. The only stat that's actually been dropped is Vigor. That's right. I'm worrying over absolutely nothing. For those who may be just now tuning in, or came back from intermission, or getting off of work, I'm CoinStamp180, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube, and we're playing some Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring Reforged is a mod made by Kernifer, a Nexus Mods user. I believe that Elden Ring Reforged is the only mod this person has made, but boy is it a good one. We can do things like, obviously bashing staves is vanilla. We can deflect. There's a buff to let you know you can deflect. You can duck. You regenerate FP naturally, and you regenerate it through spells. Those are 4 easy ways to tell that the mod's working, by the way. You can also regenerate FP on melee attack as well. It's basically a more... The FP bar is a lot more fluid. It's not a health bar. It's somewhere between a health bar and a stamina bar. Basically. It's a good mod. I highly recommend checking it out. If you ever want to know more information about the player build we're going for, you can type in !player build, both on mobile and otherwise. If you want to know more about the mod itself, you can type in !ERR, ERRA, ERRB, ERRC, and I think ERRG as well. We'll let you know what our stated goals for Elden Ring Reforged are, as well as direct access to the mod page, and the mod changelog, and the boss spreadsheet. I think I've done a good job with making sure that you guys have access to your resources that whenever you need them, really. You just need to use the right command. I have that timer going off that lists the commands about every 2 hours. So you'll be getting one again. You'll be getting a notice right at the end of stream regarding the commands, but that by then it won't be relevant. And the plan is to end at 5:10 today, Eastern Standard Time. As I got about a 10-minute late start due to having some issues with the display driver and some other stuff that came up. I have fixed that. So unless Microsoft does a Windows 10 update, which they're doing less of those now because Windows 11's a thing, hopefully at some point the display drivers will stop needing updates. And God knows I'm going to hate making the switch to Windows 11 for OBS or voice meter. I hear that Windows does a lot of arbitrary updates on Windows 11, and the arbitrary updates reset the device settings, which I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of at all. So I'm kind of like a holdout, I guess you could say. I mean, if you don't need to stream or record, just update. If they ask you for an update, just do it. They're going to obsolete support for the previous software anyway. Why get caught up in that? There's no reason to get caught up in that. We're going to make our way toward that walking mausoleum and take it down. The Weeping Peninsula is also a relatively good early game place if you would like to farm animal bones. There are a lot of rams and sheep and small critters lining the walkways that you could use to get bones. The Limgrave area, the early Limgrave area, is not a good place for bones or feathers. You're better off trying to go to another area. The Weeping Peninsula is good for bones. As far as pinions, you'll want to try pinions. As far as pinions go, you'll want to try for either Caelid along its many cliffs, or Altus Plateau. I believe has a lot of flyers in it. Also, beach lines are a good place to farm pinions. flight pinions because there are a lot of seafaring birds on logs and stuff out there. But like mainland Limgrave, don't make the mistake of trying to farm there like I did. You're gonna end up in trouble. Late game, mid to late game, there's an even better place for bones that I'll be showing off. And you can get a lot of bones there. Of course, it is drop rate dependent. It is drop rate dependent, but there's a lot more critters that you can find. So even if the drop rate is different, the sheer volume of critters makes it better. I know that there's something here at the Tombsward ruins. I just need to find where the basement is, basically. Yeah, I see it. It's right there. If you need to farm Trina's lilies, this is also a good place to catch them. There are 5 right next to the ruin entrance. Now, what is down here? Oh, it's a page. Oh, and the squires hurt. I forget if they're pages or squires. I want to say they're a page. But I don't remember the exact name for them. Yeah, they almost always have a piercing implement like a rapier. And can sometimes use crossbows. And they can also dodge spellcasts. Thankfully, they stagger pretty easily. Just pay attention. Just make sure you watch the enemy's movements. Don't attack when they're attacking unless you know you can stagger them. And definitely don't let them shoot their crossbow, and you're good to go. I almost said the pay attention phrase again. I'm trying to be better about that. Okay, this is a real chest. And inside is the Winged Scythe. I believe this is one of the weapons that has a unique moveset. It does. Yeah, it's a specific PvP weapon. The Winged Scythe. Sacred Scythe, resembling a pair of white wings, deals holy damage. According to pagan belief, white winged maidens are said to be death's gentle envoys. Unique skill, Angel Wings. Jump and imbue the winged blade of the armament with light. Then deliver a slashing attack on the enemy. The white wings impede recovery actions using a flask of tears. So this is like your Lloyd's talisman on a weapon art. Let's see how it attacks. I may not be proficient, but I can't... The only thing that changes is the damage output. I don't know if the weapon art triggers if you don't have the correct stat alignment for it. Interesting. I'm sure we might even be able to make better use of that as time passes. We could actually use this if we if we got our strength and dex to specific levels. Anytime you see one of these circles here, it is a guaranteed Everjail. Guaranteed. Now, there are other places for Everjails to exist. But most of the time, the Everjail is definitely has this strange seal silver coin-like appearance on the map. That's how you know you're dealing with an Everjail. But we're not... Well, I guess we could go toward it, but not yet. Not yet. Instead, we're going to... That was close. Divine Fortification, I think, is a incantation. I nearly called it a miracle. Yep, increases holy damage negation. I don't think you could purchase that from Corrin. I think you have to go and find it. Let's see. What else? What else are we doing? Oh, that reminds me of, there's like a sub-boss in Super Metroid that does this. Oh, I forget the name of it. But it's basically, it looks like a machine with, oh boy. I think we're gonna, like, go somewhere else. Thankfully, you get some iframes for dealing with, for entering and exiting Everjails. I don't remember what's here, actually. So before I begin... Tea time. And it's cough drop time. I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight unless I have something I want to say about it. Oh, it's the ancient hero. Oh, that might be a problem. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get close. And most of their attacks build up some form of frostbite. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to give them some space. These remind me of the Knights of Irithyll. That was bad. Come on, attack me. I can't do anything until you do that anyway. Yeah, the ancient hero is quite the problem if you're a caster. You have to roll catch him. And you can't even guarantee that you'll be able to get casts off of Pebble. You almost have to get close. Oh yeah, that was designed to be a roll catch. Alright, let's see you dodge this. Really? Already? Those melee attacks are gonna be really deadly. Oh, and they add a stabbing attack to that. And Ice Storm? That's fast. Wow. That's tough. Let's see if it brings us at the Everjail. Wow. Good to know. It's probably weak to fire. I'm not sure Dragon Fire is going to be a good fit for this fight, but I have to try. Not really. Yeah, I thought it might be a... Yeah, you have to get close. Yeah, if you want to use Pebble, you basically have to treat it like a shotgun. Otherwise, they'll just dodge out of the way. What, do you not know? It was too far away. Do you genuinely not know what to do when I cast that? Alright, now they should be getting more aggressive. There's Ice Storm. Three hits and you can't dodge away. Wow, the Ancient Hero's hard. I almost feel like I have to run back here manually. Then there's not even a closer rest site. I literally have to make the mad dash from the church. Feel like it's worth doing, though. Because we do not have a good means. Oh, boy. We do not have a good means of dealing with, the hero right now, apart from using Glintstone stuff. Can't and spirit in the Everjail. You have to roll. You cannot roll away from them half the time. Oh, that was really bad. Yep, bad. Very bad. Please excuse me for a minute. I need to see what this is. Okay, not important. Just have to make sure. You never know when a Discord notice could be someone you care about. I think I'll give this a couple more tries, and then see if if a class switch won't do it, and we focus more on the incantations rather than sorceries. Well, I will say we might still have an issue because of the fact that we need a way to roll or dodge catch the hero, or we're gonna have a problem. So fast. That is a very fast attack. And I'm not sure what the answer to that attack is. We sometimes hit walls like these, folks. I mean, I don't have to continually go after that wall, but we have hit one. Our play style is not working. We need to do something else. And I don't know what that something else is. What? Oh, I thought that was an explosion. I guess not. You learn something new every day when it comes to the stream, or with Elden Ring. Excuse me. I guess let's go back to the Church of Pilgrimage then. I won't spend forever on the ancient hero of Zamor. Jeez. But I would like to give it some amount of serious effort. Okay, have this. Flame of Frenzy might be good, because the casting will most assuredly force them to try to roll to get out of the way. Now let's go for the Flame of Frenzy. And then for our fortunes, we select Fortune of the Warlock. And now, let's see. Blood Flame, Rot Frenzy, and Dragon Communion incantation damage. When any status effect, increases stamina regeneration, vigor and endurance, and status resistance. So it would take the hero like 3 good solid hits. It's going to take 2 now. And we're going to have to change how we play. So instead of trying to stay back and force them to come to us, maybe the ancient hero has to be fought up close. Because they're going to close that distance really hard. The ancient hero kind of reminds me of the Sister Frida from Dark Souls 3, the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. Yeah, Sister Frida kind of close distance the same way. It's like her moveset is mixed with that of the Knights of Irithyll from also from Dark Souls 3. Although the Knights of Irithyll come from, Irithyll. Or the Knights of the Boreal Valley. The snowy lands right before getting to Anor Londo. Let's see, let's... Gotta get close. Look, if you're gonna do that without anything else, we're gonna have a problem. Very aggressive. I like it. Wow, there's an additional follow-up slash after that. That's dangerous. Yeah, you cannot... And that's hard to react to, actually. Very hard to react to. I'm not sure we have the loadout for this right now. I'm missing a good roll catcher in the incantation specialty. In the incantation line of spells. To do anything about this. We're missing health. We're missing oomph. We're lacking a lot. I'll keep trying, but I don't want to waste your time. I'm not going to do it forever. It absolutely ate the input right there. Frostbite is not a status I want to be building up on myself. Cannot catch a break. All that hard work has just been obliterated. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have the reaction speed. I'll give it another go, and then I'll kind of stop. Because, you know, not gabbing is bad for stream health. Not talking is not good for a stream. I am in a naturally gabby person, so sometimes I think my silence helps me more than hurts me. Because I don't flub... I can't flub over what I don't say, but... Sitting in silence is not... It is not a conducive stream at all. You cannot time it. You gotta almost spam if you get caught in that. I just don't have enough power. Alright, I said I wouldn't waste your time, so I meant that. I'm gonna pick up my runes and go. Know when you're weak. Don't pick fights you can't win. That's a good way to be frustrated in Elden Ring. And of course, you kind of have to... Unfortunately, we kind of have to take the long ride of shame back to a nearby rest site so that we can actually change our class back. Not that, well, actually, I don't know. This could be a good chance to explore other classes. And show off the strengths of our other spell types. Yeah, let's actually not take that ride of shame back quite yet. There isn't too much more that we need to do. Usually with a walking mausoleum nearby, there are going to be spirits. And spirits they're either weak to madness or they're immune to it. There's no in between with this mod. Oh, and one annoying thing about these mausoleum spirits that you should be very used to is that you can't really lock them into a attack type. You can't lock them or lock them down in any way. You're just gonna end up making a fool of yourself. Because they're gonna teleport away. They dictate the pace of the fight, not you. Look, see? One attack, and they are already ready to do something else. They just blink away. But that's predictable. That can be used to our advantage. Especially with these cone attacks and the fact they're kind of gathering together. We can use the FP on hit to keep ourselves swimming in FP. And although a bestial sling is weak, one thing I think it does do well is the cone attack. It actually, if you can get close, it works fine. You just gotta be careful. You know, don't let the, don't let your enemies, be anywhere nearby to get ya. And as long as they're like Mausoleum Knights, like those, their drops are practically identical to a living knight in the same area. The only difference is like armor, if any. I'll get to turning that down in just a second. This is the point where we kind of drink. Alright. Where is this? That should be better. So with the walking mausoleums, you probably noticed that there are these like crystalline formations on their feet. And what you kind of want to do is use like wide conal spells or you know, have large weapons that deal strike damage in order to deal with the rock formations on their feet. Once you don't have to deal with them all, you just have to deal with enough of them that they will eventually come to a stop. I think this might be when they do this. Yeah, they're tucking their legs now. If you're on top of one somehow, you'll be knocked off. So just be very careful. I think if you do manage to get crushed by that, that is an instant death. So what might we be doing now? You ask. Well, we're going to look inside the mausoleum, of course. Surely there must be something to explore, right? Something in it? No, not really. This is all that's in here. With the Remembrance Duplication menu, you can duplicate remembrances you've previously acquired. This includes remembrances from which you've already drawn out power. Duplication can only be performed once per mausoleum. I think there are 7 of the, or I think there's even either 7 or 9 of these in ER. I don't think Reforged adds anything to the enemy count. Let's go back in here for a moment. Because it uses the location of... No, that marks like where we've been. Here's a defeated enemy. And I suppose here we'll mark an enemy we haven't been able to defeat yet. As soon as I could get my gosh darn cursor to cooperate, we might as well mark other enemies we've attempted to defeat to no avail. Not sure about the Knights Cavalry. And I don't think there's one. Yeah, Eastern Limgrave is basically the same as Western Limgrave for our purposes. We probably won't be able to defeat the Bell-Bearing Knight either. And I think we're going to have some kind of trouble with the Death Bird. Maybe not this one, but I'm putting in a symbol where I think it is, just in case. And that's something else I should point out, is if you don't like using these, like, I don't know, these beacons, you don't have to. No, you don't have to do that at all. You can put a sticker by it, and as long as you're nearby that sticker, or near that marker, you'll be able to come back to it at any time. You just gotta navigate to it. It's not like a beacon where it gives you a, nice, column of light to try to focus on. You do have to kind of navigate your way manually. Or, I mean, you just have to go there. It's not like with the beacon where you can kind of hone in on it. So now we're going to go along toward this ruin. I don't believe the coastline has much, but we will take a look at that. We're kind of coming up on the end of things we can investigate in Weeping Peninsula. We're not quite there yet. But we will be getting there soon. Oh, pay attention. You're totally being too predictable right now, Sir Phantom Knight, Sir Mausoleum Knight, whatever you are. Up here, I think, might be another spell, or Sacred Tear. I don't quite recall exactly which it is. Yeah, this spell's actually better than I gave it credit for previously. It doesn't sound impressive, I guess. I mean, it's just throwing rock. But then that's what people thought about the geomancy spells and Dark Souls 3, and then there were a couple of good hits. And people wished for more. So this church is a Church of America. Over here is the Church of Pilgrimage, which had a Radagon statue, and here they have a America statue. You notice how the poses are pretty similar to one another? You know, you just change... you kind of change the posture, you change the hair, you change some details and characteristics, but they're posed the same. They're made of the same material. They're in the same places. Well, there's a good reason for that. And I'm not going to spoil what that reason is. The game is going to do that all by itself. But there's a good reason they're posed this way. I just want you to think about that. Okay, we don't have to speak to Melina. She apparently does that in the Church of Pilgrimage. And I suppose since this is a fire spell, we'll trade it out for a Litany of Proper Death. I'll show what that looks like. And it's not a bad area of effect either. I do not believe you can charge this. Yes, you do not charge this. There are some Holy Order incantations you do charge. This is not one of them. I believe Litany of Proper Death is somewhat stronger in Elden Ring Reforged, but the class is what really makes it shine. The Paladin class, or the Fortune of the Paladin, is specifically what allows one to make really good use of Litany spells. Or Golden Order incantations. We don't have that much more left. It's at this time that I want to say, thank you guys so much for being here. Whether you're lurking, or you're listening to me in the background at work, or whatever, really. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. If you like the content, and you want to consider lending me your support, please leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it. If you want to support me further than that, you have your lion's share of donation links. If you like for there not to be fanfare, I have coffee links set up. It's lurker friendly. It specifically allows you to give me further support in exchange for, or I should say, at the cost of, a lack of recognition. But if you like peace at work, this actually doesn't do half bad damage. If you actually like just being in the background, you don't like a streamer calling out for your attention or anything like that, the coffee link is perfectly set up for you. Otherwise, the rest of it's going to have some kind of fanfare to it. But the additional support's never required. I'm thankful for any amount of support at all. Apart from that, share the word. I'll let people know that I'm streaming. If you know your friends like Elden Ring content, then tell them to stop by every Sunday or Wednesday. I'll be streaming that then. If they like just quiet streamers in general, or those that aren't afraid of serious subject matters, they can stop by any old time, including Fridays. I just won't be playing Elden Ring then. It'll be Blasphemous that day. But Blasphemous is a gory, graphic, allegorical game. It's meant to be talked about seriously. Whereas Elden Ring is kind of, it's well-written generic fantasy with heavy inspirations from Celtic lore. Or Irish lore. Let me be more specific. Not Celtic lore, Irish lore. With maybe some Celt stuff thrown in there. As far as I remember reading. Regardless, I'm rambling. Thank you guys for hanging out here. Even in the background, lurkers are always welcome. I'll never be starving for attention. Well, hi there. Oh, and poison. This doesn't do bad damage. And getting poisoned has an interesting side effect. I'm not sure I like it in this context, though. Oh, and it even pierces the wall, too. Good to know. I do have to be careful, though. These guys can close distance really fast. Yeah, and their attacks all hemorrhage for some strange reason. Catch flame is better on those. Get used to seeing these a lot, too. These automatons are... Actually, they're marionettes, now that I think about it. These marionette minions come into play a lot, or a little later, depending on, you know, when you make your way over to Liurnia. You'll see a lot of the marionette soldiers then. There are ones that wield bows, and there are ones that wield swords or scimitars. Here we're finding the ones that use bows. These I don't remember. Oh boy. And then I remember why we use Torrent. Because Torrent does not get poisoned. Oh, that's a super large FP cost. Can't use Catch Flame, though. That is one downside with incantations, is that you can't really use them unless they can be over the arm. So if you want to, like, restore your FP some other way, you're kind of out of luck. You have to use, like, a dagger or something silly. Where's the other marionette archer while I'm here? Unless they quite... Oh, no, okay. There's one here. Oh, but it does let you use catch... Oh, boy. Just get away. Sling will probably end up being better here. Yeah, it just covers a wider area, and there are more eligible places to hit with it. Yeah, that's some nice damage. And I believe the golden... Oh, boy. I believe the Golden Order spells scale with intelligence and faith. And I'm dead. I was an idiot. Awesome. Tea time. Oh, thank you so much for today's stream. I'm joking. I'm joking. We've got a half hour. I could stick it out. I feel bad because I definitely misplayed there. Thankfully, there is in fact a stake here. You might be asking why. Why is there a stake here? Well, because this head exists. For these marionettes, Really? Okay, I'm not gonna let them get that close. And they have a surprising amount of hyper armor or poise on some attacks. Oh, that was bad. I think this spell is capable of dealing some poise damage, though. So we should be able to deal with that. As long as we don't... As long as you take your time, you'll be fine. We'll be fine. Any other lovely, No, I guess not. I guess we'll build up status on ourselves. I will say... Oh, and that takes us off the horse. Not good. You sort of have an inverse playstyle with, oh god, okay, with, Warlock versus Wizard. Wizard wants you to spend your FP, or deal a lot of damage during your conservation phase. Whereas, Warlock wants you to deal a lot of damage during the conservation phase. At least right now. We don't really have spells that... Oh, okay. Drink. Run. I'm thankful not all these attacks do bleed. Triple kill. That was really hairy, but we managed it. Alright, back to, actually, what we probably want to do is get poisoned instead. There we go. Now we can use this litany. And now, I think that... Yeah, okay. So, you really don't want to use self-status. It's supposed to be any, like, nearby status effect. You would much rather see this on your enemies than yourself. But it can't be helped. Sometimes you need to build it up on yourself to keep the damage going. It's a unique playstyle. They're inverses when what you have is the wizard playset or spell set, but they become a little bit more distinct as soon as you get serious status effects. Like when we get that madness spell later, oh boy. When we get that madness spell that I'm talking about, we'll be able to be a lot safer when building up madness. And it'll be much less of an issue. Right now, it'll be an issue for a while. You could, well, and if you're willing to pay the price, technically, this spell is somewhat this playstyle is somewhat compatible with, sorceries. There are spells that, when cast, build up bleed or hemorrhage on yourself, which you can use in order to temporarily get above. However, it seems like the casting cost for sorceries is a lot worse with Warlock than incantation costs being similarly worse when under wizard class, for whatever reason. Or maybe I'm just not paying attention, you know, you're not really 100% sure that your perception is seeing the truth until you actually use a tool to confirm it as such. What I mean is, you need, like, Yapt or something to allow you to see numbers. You need numbers if you're going to say that something is not working as intended, right? You need to be able to prove it. You need to be able to prove that it's a problem. And it's not just, oh, well, you know, your gear and other stuff is masking the problem, or is creating a problem that doesn't exist. It'll be interesting to re-examine these classes, these fortunes, at the midway point in the game, when we actually have our defined stats, and we know what we can and can't cast. It'll definitely be interesting to see how much the classes actually diverge from one another. Well, that was the Witchbane Ruins. Why don't we take a look at what's here? I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? Okay. We have a night sorcery, I think that is. Let's read this real quick. As we, you know, see someone chained to a wall, we clearly have the time to read. Strikes from behind with projectile fired from a distance. Generate... Oh, this is another generator. Awesome. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, launches a projectile from a distance removed from the caster, so as to strike the enemy from behind. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. This sorcery will generate additional FP on hit. Interesting. Now, isn't this Selin? Oh, okay. What are you doing here?
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
I wonder what has you pinned up like this. Huh. Well, it doesn't give us an option to do anything, so let's leave her to her fate, shall we? Nah, we need to come back here later for a very important quest. One that definitely pertains to our build and not just any old quest line. So she is important. I'm fairly sure that was our mentor, Sorceress Selin. But, perhaps... Oh, I mean, she sounds the same, right? What are the odds that it's someone else, right? And we have made it to... Now, this bonfire, this rest site is quite a bit removed from the rest of western Weeping Peninsula. The rest sites here are a little bit further spread out compared to some others. Like, notice that there are a lot of ones condensed right here, and for good reason. Here, there aren't as many landmarks. It's definitely interesting, to say the least.
Well, there's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Doesn't look like the end of the earth, but I guess it is. Is that like a mask in front of your face? I can't tell. Okay. So here we have 2 smithing stone 2s, 3 sacrificial twigs, and a lantern, among other things. What I'll probably do during off time, if I can help it, is grind up the runes, and we'll buy all the stone sword keys, because we're going to need the stone sword keys in order to explore everywhere that we need to explore. In Stormvale Castle, as well as a lot of later locations, are locked behind stone sword keys, but I don't want to subject you guys to that. I don't want to subject you guys to that grind on stream unless it becomes absolutely necessary to do it. Or there's a critical juncture where if I don't do it, if I don't grind for the stone sword key, we'll miss out on a quest. Then I'll do it on stream. But if I can help it, I want to get these keys off camera. There's no reason to show that. What we're going to pick up now are the 2 smithing stone 2s. This will help fully cement the upgrade to our staff. And the lantern. We can technically pick up 2 stone sword keys. I guess we might as well pick it up. But more importantly, there's this Lost Ash of War, which I don't think we're going to ever use, but we will get weapons that have useful combat arts on them. Empty Ashes of War, devoid of any memories of battle, unable to apply any kind of affinity in their current state, but can be used by Smithing Master Hugh of the Round Table Hold to recreate other ashes. Thus does the copy pass into becoming the genuine article. There's no reason to pick this up. We'll pick up 2 keys right now. And there's no reason to sell anything other than item dupes right now, of which there's only 1 there, and none here. Yep, that takes care of all of it.
Have a safe journey.
And we have an easy way to get back to where we were. Let's go ahead and return to the Table of Lost Grace, or we can then attempt to upgrade our staff. We're probably not going to be able to without selling our hard runes, but that's fine.
Well, I took you for dead, no matter it. Lay out your arm.
So can we strengthen this? Yes, we can. So our demi-human queen staff is currently +4, and it has 122 sorcery scaling. Our finger seal also has 123. Notice that the finger seal and the glintstone staff are utterly identical in every way except, what kinds of things they can cast. Whereas the demi-human queen staff and the clawmark seal are definitely closer together. But would probably do better if I had more strength compared to the staff. This is the anyone could use it casting implement. This not quite so much. Although the attributes required wouldn't let you know the difference. Let's go ahead and upgrade this then. We could sell our hard runes if so desired. We've already sold our duplicate items, so what else is there? Not much of anything, really. Do we have... Here's a thought. Do we have the power to fight this guy? Let's see. I don't know. Worth a try. maybe the Litany of Proper Death will be able to let us do what our sorcery build definitely cannot with this guy. I'll get the hang of this fight eventually. I'm sure there's a dodge pattern I could use that would let me actually do the fight. But not like that. Definitely not like that. Also, I don't particularly think that Flame of Frenzy was worth it. Like, yeah, I got the Madness proc, but what good does it do? It is a nice opening spell. I'll grant it that. It is a nice opener in PvP, but they could just dodge out of the way. I also basically have to be close enough to never get an Ice Crag to the face. He doesn't exactly resist fire. I just don't know. Yeah, they have good tracking. I don't know how to dodge those. Not anymore, anyway. I don't... That's rough. You can't duck that spell. I'm really just... I'm at a loss. This guy was okay in vanilla, but he's really hard to deal with in Reforged. Oh, yeah, that's rough. That is really rough. I basically have to stop him from spamming it. Oh, maybe I have to time it really precisely. Yeah, you really... that's a really tight timing. It's almost at the last possible moment. And that's assuming that you're not too close. Huh. I'm confident that perhaps Bestial Sling will be a better pick for restoring FP. I can't let this guy get too many casts off. That was a stun lock. I could not. I needed to mash the dodge button there. My apologies for the quietness on the chatter, but I already have timers going out for that sort of thing. When I'm fighting stuff like this, I cannot read chat. I can't focus. I will die. Granted, you guys are more important than the game ever is. But I still have to try to find some kind of meaningful balance between the two. Okay, maybe back up a little. I'm trying to be aggressive, but I don't know if that is gonna work. We can't get to Cypher Pata until we do this. That's the fist weapon this thing is guarding, by the way. They can't, I can run and get it, but I risk a death in the process anyway. I guess I die every time I fight this guy. But there's definitely no way out. I have to try to get a foot up somehow. And that is not the way you get a foot up on your opponent. That is just not. I still don't think I have enough tools to do this. But even if I do, like that, Frostcrag hits really hard. Even if I were using Wizard instead of Warlock, there would still be problems. And Litany of Proper Death is worse in this situation compared to another spell, by the way. Letting this guy get like cast a spell is just lethal. Very lethal. I don't even think I'm really trying, because if I were, this would not be happening at all. At all. This will be the last attempt, and then well, nope. We have a few more minutes. It's 5:10, not 5. I will go a stream without making some kind of royal screw up eventually. Yeah, you got a perfect rhythm on that. Combined frostbite and bleed. Awesome. I just don't think I have the power. Like, we're not strong enough. Like, I need to be at a +6 on whatever it is I'm casting. I'll try Wizard and see if that helps. Sometimes you just have to use what you know, and you don't really have time to do anything else. Where was the... Oh, yeah. Glintstone Stars. Then we have Catch Flame, Bestial Sling, and then the other incantations. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. Yeah, that's not really helpful. Like, heal keeps us rooted in place. We do not want this. The guy is super resistant to sorcery. I don't know what to put here. I don't want to pass time. Oh, right. Change class. If we don't change fortunes, we're not gonna get anywhere. Okay, that should let us be slightly more resilient when it comes to status effects. Hopefully, I don't know if the ambush shard's going to be super helpful or not. Not really. Resistant to magic just in general. Really? Oh, that was bad. I need to wait for specific openings. You just barely have enough time to dodge them all. As long as your timing is really deadly precise. Alright, come on. Too early. And that was a very deadly error. You haven't even used your flask yet. Oh, I pressed the B button there. Whatever. That was bad timing. I'm already out of healing. And I have not even... I only just now got him to flask up. Too late. Close. I think I have time for one more attempt. Might as well end it on this. Because I have to show that I'm struggling sometimes. I don't want you guys to think that I've chosen an easy build. Like, casters are, I don't know. Oh, they could just sit back and let the enemy whiff on purpose. No. The tech in Elden Ring, cast reading is through the roof. You think you have an easy time? No, this early game is rough. Later on, I'd be more inclined to agree with you, but it's always been the trade-off. Is if you're casting spells, you're very weak. Why is it doing that? I have no idea. Not sure. Too late. And if you don't watch your spacing, you're definitely gonna get hit by, ice, like frost, ice crags, whatever they are. I don't care what they are at this point. Ambush Shard is not good for this. Again, the roll detection or the spell detection is such that in Elden Ring, you either need to know the boss or an enemy isn't going to dodge out of your way, or you need to use tech that has tracking. Glintstone Stars is an underrated sorcery because although the damage seems underwhelming, it serves a very different purpose. It lets you roll check. That they aren't, because enemies are going to roll check you, you need to understand that you can roll check them, and you should do it. Don't hesitate to do what they're doing. Stoop to their level. Okay, that had hyper armor there. Or poise frames nonetheless. Dodging backwards was a bad call on my part. You almost don't want to dodge in the same direction multiple times. It's weird. I won't let you best me. Well, okay, you're going to best me on stream. Nothing I can do about that. But I'm not going to let you best me forever. Unfortunately, those 99 runes are just gone. But because by the time that we'll come back, which will be Wednesday, by the way, we're going to be... Hopefully, I will have ground up all the necessary runes to get the Stone Sword keys. And then we can kind of wrap up the Weeping Peninsula. There really isn't that much left. There's a trap chest over here, this tower. There's a lake with a couple of enemies in it. I think a rune bear might be over here. And then we have the castle. We were told by Irina that there is a castle that her father is defending. We're to give him a letter. That's Castle Morn. We're to make our way to Castle Morn and conclude that lovely little quest line. Conclude will be in air quotes, I might add. Conclude in the short term. Long term, there will be one piece that we won't see until much later when we're in Liurnia, basically. And then after that, all we really have left is Stormvale Castle and the Siofra River Well, which we can explore beforehand, and we probably should. Then we're going to make a go at the nighttime bosses that I've already marked. There are 3. 1 Deathbird, 1 Bellbearer, and 1 Knight's Cavalry. If this one's already been cleared, then the one up here by this rest site is definitely the one we're going to be working on next. We have a few things we need to do before we tackle Stormvale Castle. We have a lot of stuff that we're going to have to come back to later. There's also this Everjail here, which has a rather maddening opponent if you're a caster. Put a marker there for basically things we have not done yet in terms of bosses. Yeah, that's pretty much the plan, is to just... we have a few things we'd like to do before tackling Stormvale Castle proper. We could technically go do it now. Like, we are prepared to deal with Stormvale Castle now. But I would like to have more tools in our toolbox before we do that. And the best way to get tools in the toolbox is to go through and explore all these fun, interesting places and see what they have to offer. It's been a great 4-hour stream. I'll be glad I get to go and stretch after this. I want to thank you guys again for hanging out with me. Sundays are going to be a little bit more... They're going to be a long haul. So if you like long 4-hour streams, you'll definitely like what I do on Sundays. I may or may not need to shorten Sunday depending on like workload and some other stuff. But I'm gonna do my best not to have to do that. Since I don't really see any of our usual picks, I am gonna go ahead and turn you over to Bob Ross. It should be toward the end of the weekend marathon. If you guys like a relaxing art, you'll definitely like Bob Ross. Bless the man, he is no longer here with us, but his painting series lives on for us to enjoy and learn from. Next time we'll be together is Wednesday with some more Elden Ring. I'm PointStamp180, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube, and this has been the Elden Ring Reforged series. If you guys like the content, please be sure to leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it or that you're interested in seeing more. If you guys want to get in touch with me more directly, Twitter is probably the best place for that. There's also a community Discord I'm part of with other people that with similar but diverse interests that you can also go join. That link is part of the Discord tab if you go to the About Me section on Twitch. For YouTube, this will probably be... I'll try to put that in the description somewhere. But Twitter is probably your best way to directly get a hold of me, because I will see everything that you post. Especially if it's a direct message or something. But with that, I've gabbed at you long enough. I'll go ahead and terminate the stream here, but thank you guys so much for tagging along. I'll see you on Wednesday. And with that, stay safe out there. And know that our hallowed halls will always be a place you can come and chat and talk to your fellow human being. And with that, I'll see you guys around. Take care, and bye-bye.